What's his name?
Have ebbs and flows like that, doesn't it?
Okay, we have 1 minute. I'll be calling this meeting to order in 1 minute.
Hey, man. Okay, just call me. Yep, sorry, sir. This is adjustable. Bring it up. Okay.
It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2026-19 to order. Before I actually have the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, I want us to be reminded that this nation is still at war. And in that, we've had 18 service members that have surrendered their life for our nation. I will be asking for a moment of silence, gentlemen, but at the same time, I want to honor their memory. The fallen have been Sergeant Angel Rasposad, Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, Private Isabella Gonzalez, Commander Gabriel Edwards, Major John A. Kilmer, Captain Ariana Savino, Tech Sergeant Ashley Pruitt, Captain Seth Cavall, Captain Curtis Anks, Tech Sergeant Tyler Simmons, Sergeant Benjamin Pennington, Major R. O'Brien, Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert M. Marzan, Master Sergeant Nicole M. Amore, Sergeant DeClane J. Cody, Captain A. Court, and Sergeant First Class Noah Tygens. Please rise and let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. Please remain standing for the invocation. It will be provided by Pastor Paul Fournier of Life Point Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Chandler Langevin.
God, we thank you for these men and women that laid down their lives for our country. We lift up their families and pray that you would be with them during this difficult time of loss. God, we thank you for this wonderful nation that we live in, the freest nation in the world. And we thank you for your goodness to our nation. Pray that you would watch over our nation. Pray that you would give these councilmen and the mayor and his staff wisdom and all the leadership in our country. I pray they would listen to wise counsel, even here today from the community. And also, most of all, from you. I pray that you would counsel them and give them direction in the way that they should lead this country and this city. God, we thank you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Madam Jones,
Mayor Medina,
present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Miss. Present.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, before we go to announcements, Deputy Mayor, we just had from 5:30 to just about the beginning of this meeting, we had a steel band play, and I want to welcome Anthony to come on up and say a few words as he requested. No, right there. No, just address us.
Oh, sorry. Good evening to you here, and thank you, Mayor Medina, and all members of the Palm Bay City Council. I am Anthony Harris, a resident of this beautiful city of Palm Bay, a lifetime member of Brevard Caribbean American Sports and Cultural Association, a city employee, and the band leader of the Palm Bay Panatic Steel Orchestra. Palm Bay Panatic Steel Orchestra is honored and humbled to be representing in this iconic and unique instrument here tonight, and to celebrate World Steel Pan Day and have this proclamation read. The steel pan is a percussion instrument that originated in the Caribbean island of Trinidad and Tobago. Steel pan musicians are called panists, and a group of panists is called a steel band or steel orchestra. Here in Palm Bay, we have our own Palm Bay Panatic Steel Orchestra, supported by Brevard Caribbean American Sports and Cultural Association, BCASCA, its members and other supporters who continue to promote cultural experiences from the Caribbean. Palm Bay Panatics has been fortunate to have experienced panists who have dedicated their personal time and supported the growth and development of this group. We have our arranger, Cedric Luces, who is a professional panist with over 60 years of experience. We have a group of 14 members who work together with dedication and commitment to keep the band going. Our group practices on Mondays and Wednesdays at the Melbourne First Church of the Nazarene, where we were welcomed by Pastor Joel Tully 2 years ago. We are not a sponsored group. We depend on and appreciate any contribution and support from the community. If you research the history of the development and the creation of the steel pan since the early 1930s, you will understand that it is more than a musical instrument. It represents resilience, persistence, purpose, creativity, and many, many more life skills. Our plan is to share these life lessons through workshops and presentations within the community while enjoying the art of playing the steel pan. We have performed at several events in 2026, namely Emma Jewell Charter School, Club Esteem events, City of Palm Bay multicultural events, Florida Institute of Technology events, church events, Eastern Florida State College events. We have had 2 beginners class over the last 2 years. We performed also at the Thrifties celebration, BCASCA in the month of Caribbean Heritage Month celebration, Barbados event, and Eyes Wide Open at Hotel Melby very recently. Just to give you guys who may want to follow the band, next Friday, August 14th, we have been invited to perform at a small town Fridays event in downtown Melbourne. We want to say a big thank you to the City of Palm Bay, our mayor, and all the other members for your support and encouragement. Thanks for being here to be part of this auspicious event in the City of Palm Bay as we celebrate World Steel Pan Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, announcements?
We have one vacancy on the Melbourne Tillman Water Control District. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayfl.gov or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you. Agenda revisions, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Discussion regarding the potential acquisition of a portion of the property formerly known as the Majors Golf Course has been added as item 1 under unfinished and old business.
Thank you. Madam Smith, any revisions?
No, sir.
Council, any revisions?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to move items, public hearings 2, 3, and new business 1 before presentations.
Okay, stand fast. Public hearings 2, 3,
Yes, sir.
and which one?
New business 1.
NB 1? I need a second.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're now on proclamations. Councilman Johnson?
Will everybody who's here for World Steel Pan Day come on up? Pakaska?
Without the steel band.
Yeah. You can leave the steel pans. Gotta get everybody up. Okay. Notice and proclamation of World Steel Pan Day, August 11, 2026. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, that whereas World Steel Pan Day is the United Nations observance held annually on August 11 since 2023, and whereas the United Nations General Assembly inaugurated it to honor a unique musical instrument that originated in the Caribbean island of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas the steel pan, also known as the steel drum, originated in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago during the early 20th century and stands as the only acoustic musical instrument invented in the 20th century. And whereas the steel pan represents creativity, resilience, innovation, and cultural expression, transforming simple materials into a musical instrument recognized and celebrated around the world. And whereas August 11th is recognized as World Steel Pan Day to celebrate the cultural, historical, educational, and social significance of the steel pan and its contributions to the communities worldwide. And whereas the steel pan promotes cultural diversity, youth engagement, artistic development, and community unity while creating opportunities for education and cultural appreciation. And whereas the city of Palm Bay recognizes and values the rich cultural contributions of Caribbean communities and the dedicated individuals and organizations who preserve and promote steel pan music through performances, education, and community outreach. And whereas the Palm Bay Panatics Steel Orchestra, founded by Anthony Harris and supported through the efforts of the Brevard Caribbean American Sports and Cultural Association, also known as BACASCA, has enriched the cultural life of Palm Bay and surrounding communities by sharing the vibrant sounds and traditions of steel pan music while inspiring audiences and future generations. And whereas the continued dedication of musicians, educators, cultural organizations, and community supporters help preserve the legacy of steel pan music and strengthens the cultural diversity of the city of Palm Bay. Now, therefore, I, Kenny Johnson, on behalf of Mayor Rob Medina of the city of Palm Bay, by virtue of authority of said office, do hereby proclaim August 11, 2026 as World Steel Pan Day.
Let's get up. I'm gonna be on my tippy toes. That way I don't want that short. Can you hear?
Thank you. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you. We're now on recognition, City of Palm Bay. Madam Smith.
Yes, Mayor. I am both very excited and proud to welcome up Sarah Dodd, the Safety and Risk Management Senior Consultant, Palm Bay's own Ryan Joseph, Safety and Security Coordinator for the city, and the rest of the Palm Bay Risk Management team. And Mayor, if I may step down to join my team as well as we accept this award.
Absolutely, man. Carry on.
Thank-
Man, we could bring that down too, if you like. There's a button to your, yes.
Okay, yeah, perfect. I'm a little short, sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Palm Bay was selected for the Preferred Safety Award for the 2025-2026 policy year due to the outstanding effectiveness of its safety committee and its strong commitment to employee safety. The committee consistently demonstrates proactive leadership through regular meetings, workplace inspections, hazard identification, and timely follow-up on corrective actions. In addition, Palm Bay places a strong emphasis on safety training, ensuring employees receive ongoing education and reinforcement of safe work practices. Through active employment engagement, continuous training efforts, and a culture of accountability, Palm Bay has created a highly effective safety program that helps reduce risk and promote a safer workplace for all employees. We really appreciate Palm Bay's continued dedication to workplace safety and thank the organization for its partnership with Preferred. Thanks again.
Come on, bro, 'cause you're shorter than me. It makes me look good. I'm on tippy toe.
Thank you.
Madam Attorney? Madam Attorney, who's that young man that has the red patch on his, what's his name?
That's Ryan Joseph, our Safety and Security Coordinator.
Well, Brian, I really love your red patch there and what it says.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I'm a child of God.
Yes, sir. Come on up. Come on up. Yeah, I love that you disclose that. Go ahead, carry on.
Yeah, I'm a child of God. I mean, I appreciate all my team and people I work with at Palm Bay, but the biggest member of my team is God. You know, and with so much confusion and uncertainty in our town and our nation and in the world, it's easy to get discouraged. But I remind everybody what Isaiah said. Even the young man will grow tired and weary and stumble and fall. But those who wait on the Lord, those who serve the Lord, those who trust the Lord will mount up on wings like eagles. They will walk and not grow tired. They will run and not grow faint. So keep that in your heart.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Last love, you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Joseph. So we are now on public hearing number 1. Did you say 1, 3, and 4? Yes?
2, 3,
Oh,
and
2,
new
3.
business 1.
As you were, new business. So we're now on item number 2, public hearing number 2. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-17, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 15, Block 682, Port Malabar Unit 15, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 79 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Smith, or I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is the second read of this vacation request to vacate approximately 731 square feet, more or less, for the construction of a shed in a backyard. There were no objections from staff or any consulting agencies. Again, this is the second reading.
Yes, sir. Is Joseph or Barbara Mascarenhas? Are you here?
Mayor,
Yes?
I believe they had a conflict. They weren't sure if they would be able to attend, but they were hoping that council would move forward.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, any questions, council? All right, anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on item number 3. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-18, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 26, Block 509, Port Malabar Unit 12, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 51 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Second read of this easement vacation request containing around 680 square feet, more or less. It's for the construction of a pool in a backyard. There was no objections from staff or any consulting agencies for this easement request.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on item number 4, public hearing. Madam Smith.
Are we new business 1?
Business one.
Oh, as you were, new business 1.
Resolution
I want to do it all now.
Resolution 2026-11, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, including and updating Florida State statute reference, including and updating investment and portfolio composition, including and updating performance measure requirements, providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Mr. Beach, can we pull up the graphic? So the city has evaluated the potential public acquisition of a portion of 135.19 more or less acres. That number needs to be finalized. It's an approximation of the former Majors Golf Course property, also referenced in the appraisal we attached to the packet as Eden at Bayside Lakes. The property presents unique opportunity to preserve and repurpose a large former golf course.
Mayor, just a point of order real quick.
Yeah.
Because I think council's on one, and with Mr. Morton, and I believe the city attorney, city clerk mentioned new business item one, but we want to talk about old business one.
We in the right item?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. The property presents unique opportunity to preserve and repurpose a large former golf course as an open space asset for multiple long-term public purposes. We had presented public purposes to council the last time this was discussed, including regional stormwater retention, treatment, attenuation, drainage, and water quality improvements, deep well injection or well infrastructure, reclaimed water storage, dispersal, or disposal to actually use on ground application, potential freshwater supply wells subject to technical and regulatory review, utility access, operational areas and/or buffers, and of course, a regional park that could approximate the size of 40 acres, subject to a final layout, design, and use allocation within this. The city did obtain an appraisal, as you will recall, from Tuttle Armfield Wagner Appraisal and Research, which concluded as a fee simple as-is market value of $7,030,000. Appraisal was effective May 22nd, 2026 for the approximated subject area. Per direction of council, the city's real estate broker worked with the seller to bring some sort of written offer to council. That has also been included in your packet, and we are back here, just, you guys have not seen it, other than in your packet, and we're here tonight to present this for your discussion and further direction.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I spoke at this last council meeting, and I still believe that the best choice the city of Palm Bay could make would be to do nothing with this property, make the landowner stay responsible for it, keep it as a general use zoning, which means one house per 5 acres. There won't have to be any changing of zoning. There won't be anything that has to happen, and the city does not have to spend $10 million, as according to your contract that was submitted of $10 million, which is a big chunk of change for something that was originally bought several years ago for $2 million with no improvements. So it's a bad business choice. I also, in that packet, I went under the first addendum to the vacant land contract. And what upset Bill Batten, which is it's the seller will be seeking land use and zoning changes. That's what the seller is seeking, right? Now, what I find funny about that is if you go down and keep reading, if the zoning application is denied, seller may terminate this agreement, providing written notice within 30 days. So I'm going back in the history of Palm Bay. We made a lot of deals like this with the St. John's Heritage Parkway, and we ended up getting shafted in the end. I don't want to see that happen to the golf course. If we do nothing except keep it general use, we still have the water retention. They cannot develop on it other than general use development, and does not impact on anything other than what we currently already have available to the city of Palm Bay. So my recommendation is do nothing and just keep the current zoning as general use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Doug Hook.
Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa. I understand what Mr. Batten just came up here and spoke about. There are different ways that we can manage this. The way I look at it is this is something that the city of Palm Bay can kind of rectify a prior mistake with. We've had the Port Malabar Country Club golf course, which closed up. We did turn around and turn that into all sorts of different development. We lost a lot of green space. We lost a lot of natural barriers and some sustainability features. And I think this is an opportunity for the city of Palm Bay to rectify that mistake. It has been said multiple times that Bayside Lakes and the Majors was the jewel of Palm Bay. I think now is a chance for Palm Bay to invest in itself, purchase that property, and turn it into a newer version of that jewel. Having things like a massive park there, having the opportunity to use it for public good is a net positive for it. I do understand the expense is high. A $10 million price tag is a little on the pricey side, especially given what the assessment said of it. But I think the overall big benefits are there for the city of Palm Bay to go ahead and make this purchase. I understand that it is going to be primarily funded or almost exclusively funded through park impact fees, which are kind of a use it or lose it money. So it's one of those situations to where it does really provide a lot of benefits for the city of Palm Bay, and we can make sure that we do not make the same mistake that we have done in the past with the Port Malabar Country Club area. I would love to see that be a green space. I would love to see it become a major feature for the city. Councilman Hammer has spoken in the past at prior council meetings that we are looking for an identity for Palm Bay. And I think this is an opportunity for us to create something that will become a feature for not only Brevard County, but people far and wide to come to Palm Bay and see a nice waterfront park there on the canal system. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers?
Concludes the cards, Mayor.
Okay, well, I'll kick this off, gentlemen. Wait. Oh, okay. So come right up.
You can come up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Carry on.
Good evening. Robert Snyder, 1796 Winbrook Drive, Southeast. This was purchased for $2.1 million several years ago. Sprinkler heads have been removed. The property is overgrown and distressed. This is a bad deal. Prices at $7 million around that. So $10 million, we really need to get into negotiation with this. I want to make sure that any language that comes out of this agreement and property that's given to the seller in writing includes no apartments will be built on this property. Not, it was verbally agreed to, because a verbal agreement is nothing when people and positions go in different directions. Do not make a bad deal on this. I'd rather wait for the Eden to go around again, okay, and rally the folks like we have before. And if and again, all of this is in my opinion, if you want to wait and pay another $37,000 a year in property taxes, that's fine. But to the gentleman's point before, yeah, I'd love to see a golf course in there. Okay, maybe it's a 9-hole, but it would put Palm Bay on the map. What you can do, you can make it like a mini Wickham Park with shows and events and what have you in there. But you put houses in there and it just, asphalt is not really good in moving water. My other concern is I have no idea what's going in on the commercial property that the seller wants to put in there. How many townhomes? Okay, we are in, Bayside Lakes has become suburban gridlock, okay? You start putting more townhomes and buildings and everything else in there, we already don't have, we can't move traffic now. You had talked several times about a fence in the backyard separating us, my HOA Summerfield, from Stonebriar, because you talked specifically that minutes can save a life. Okay, you get people stuck in traffic, you can't get to him or her in minutes. This is a bad issue and this is a bad deal. I think we need a reset on this. It appraises for 7 and we're looking at 10. Okay, that's insane. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Just to clarify, we're speaking, anyone filled out a card? We're speaking on the Bayside Lakes to Majors Golf Course. Okay. Do we have a card for that young lady? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angelica Sneed, 1775 Kyler. So basically, I talked about this before as well. I feel like the golf course purchase is expensive. I understand that the impact fees are going to pay for it, but how are we going to maintain it? If this amendment comes through, and we're voting on, our medians already are overgrown. We literally cite our constituents to keep their grasses low, but our medians are just overgrown, which is crazy. So how will we maintain this going forward if the tax abatement goes through Save Our Homes in November? That's my big question, really.
Thank you. Anyone else fill out a speaker card before we move this item forward?
There's a gentleman there.
Did you fill out a speaker card for this item? Yes, sir. Come on up. Do you have his name?
What's your name, sir?
Charles Zotto, 2048 Windbrook Drive, Palm Bay. Two things. First, I'm very concerned about the everyday traffic from the front of Bayside Boulevard out of Summerfield. It's a challenge to get out of there without getting T-boned. That is a rough spot. And I'm not that good a driver anyway. But that being said, when I drive down towards Starbucks and into the Four Corners, the number of golf carts that are being driven on the streets, which I know is illegal, by underage children, I'm talking 10, 12, 13-year-old kids, they're going to get killed. I saw a young lady yesterday, was at 7-Eleven, went across the street, and immediately took a right and ended up at the station, the gas station. One big swoop. Cars were all over the place, and she had herself and a little boy in the car. Somebody's going to get killed. These golf carts, with all the people coming in, the influx of people, it's going to happen. It ain't when it's going to happen. because kids don't pay attention. And you got an elderly community, and they're not right on their game either all the time. Just forewarning, maybe you guys can get together and put the ordinance out there and enforce the ordinance and keep these kids out of them golf carts, because, I mean, you need it. If you're drinking and driving a golf cart, you're gonna get a ticket by the police. Well, if you're underage driving a golf cart, it should be the same thing. You should, take them home and tell their parents to grow up. Secondly, like my predecessor, the people before me, everybody knows how to negotiate. Everybody's a negotiator. That's not true. What everybody's looking at is the same thing we all heard 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, when you all said, okay, let's make the motion to negotiate with this lady. All they heard was $10 million. You didn't hear $7 million. It was a proposal that we accept between 7 and 10. You know what number she heard? 10. That's where you're going to start. You're not going to start at 7. Plus, it's unimproved property. It's degraded, just like Mr. Stites said. That appraisal was done years ago. Way bad deal. You jumped the shark when you said it 10 million too soon. You gave her the leverage, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that may be speaking about the majors on the agenda? New business or unfinished business 1? Okay, so I'll start off by saying, Deputy Mayor, I think you brought this up, and this council has been managing a lot of the issues out there. So this is where I'm at. I believe there's sufficient justification exists to proceed with condemnation, and it's public purposes, and I believe Councilman Hammer touched on those. So those have been well established, but I would also believe, Congressman, thank you for coming here. Outstanding, my friend. I also believe, sir, or Madam Attorney, that we could outline those, but I would like for council to give direction for our city attorney to proceed with condemnations. Where's everyone else at?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I was with you on day one. I said, let's negotiate, and we know what the appraised value is, and we're not going up to the maximum value, and this has been going on for too long. If she can't get on board with that, then we're going to go ahead and move forward. So I'm with you, Mayor.
Councilman Hammer?
I am looking forward to knowing a little bit more. I understand where we went wrong with our negotiations. I know it's something we have to do, but I had a couple questions for our city manager before I had anything. There was a discussion on maintenance for this property. All we're doing is projecting deep well injection. Is there any kind of maintenance other than letting a vacant property be a vacant property?
This is part of the ongoing discussions that we need to have. You guys gave authorization to create the Palm Bay Land Trust, which has been in early stages with the Growth Department. And I believe under most land trust mechanisms, you have the ability to allow the property just to go back to more or less a natural state with minimal maintenance. That would be the intention right now, it's not going to be maintained as a golf course, but rather as an open space or a natural area, similar to what other large city open spaces or parks have done for the express purpose now of preservation and some limited public facilities. That's probably a longer question for our city attorney and the vetting process, but my expectation is that there will be, minimal maintenance ongoing, and it will be more of a land trust conservation scenario.
Thank you. And my only other thing is, I am not in support of a hey, we do this deal and you get access to better zoning or, preferential treatment just based on, it's not like we're paying appraised value. We're paying over it and then give somebody some kind of special deal. I'm not going to be for it, and I'm behind the mayor.
So in regards to condemnation, Mayor, you're referring to eminent domain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. that's usually like the last, yeah. I'm willing to entertain it. That's usually like the last card you ever want to play. But we as a government body, our hands are tied on our ability to negotiate because everything has to be done in the sunshine, and so it does makes things more difficult for us. So I'm willing to consider, sir.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor, I've got the city attorney weighing in. Can we get her to weigh in before we continue?
Oh, this is certainly if council wants to proceed with condemnation, that's not an issue. I just wanted to clarify that the city was never agreeing to provide preferential treatment for zoning. The city can't provide preferential treatment for zoning. That is contract zoning, which is strictly prohibited. So I want to be clear that that was never on the table.
Thank you. Mr. Morton?
I just was going to point out the same fact for the record. What you have before you is not a bilateral contract. Those terms were not negotiated in, but included. The only one signing it was the seller. It's a seller's proposal. So I didn't want that misinterpretation to be out there that this was somehow negotiated by the city or staff.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So the language on the addendum that they added to the vacant land contract, paragraph 4, I would want that stricken from and included in our counteroffer. If we decide to make a counteroffer, delete paragraph 4, which is the language regarding the zoning application. I would also like to add language that there's covenant restrictions put in place for the remaining 53 acres in the front that multifamily is not allowed. And I would like to counter back at the appraised value at $7,030,000, which is the most recent appraisal that we just received. And I had a question for the city manager. What is our time frame on actually needing property for deep well injection?
Is Gabriel here? You could probably answer it with a little more technical specificity than I have. I know we do have a lot of unused reclaimed water.
There is no ETA on when that might need to be done, and it's not the only location that could be used for. It could be 5 to 10 years, depending on when we need that for redundancy or additional capacity. And, wells might be an actual quicker time period that we might need to use it for actual deep wells for the Floridian aquifer.
Okay, thank you, sir. So my position is counter back at $7,030,000 with the additional language that I mentioned moments ago.
Yeah, well, my issue is, Deputy Mayor, that she's stuck on the 10 million, and it's because we went down that page, right?
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt. I am a private property rights advocate, but if she's not willing to accept $7,030,000, I will support eminent domain proceedings.
Okay, that'll work. Are we all in agreement with that?
Yes, Mayor.
All right.
That would need to be a motion, correct?
Yes, I'll take that as a motion. Madam Attorney, did you need anything else to specify?
Not at this time.
Okay, all right, I'll take that as a motion.
I'll second.
Deputy Mayor. Yeah,
Yes, sir. Yeah. You want me to repeat the motion?
yes, sir. Go ahead.
So I make a motion that we direct staff to proceed with a counteroffer for a purchase price of $7,030,000, deleting paragraph 4 and the supplemental agreement, and adding language for covenant restrictions on the remaining 53 acres that multifamily is not allowed. And that this contract's not predicated on any favorable or unfavorable future zoning for Joy LLC.
I'll second that. I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, well, ladies and gentlemen, before our presentation, I'm excited to welcome our United States Congressman, Mike Herodopoulos is here. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your hard work.
Well, I appreciate that generous introduction. It is actually absolutely great to be back home. We spend way too much time in Washington DC, and to be home among the people who have given me the opportunity to serve in Washington is a true honor. And I know I spent a lot of time with everyone on the dais, and I appreciate your public service very much. It's a very demanding job, and I know how much effort this city has put into really elevating your game, and I appreciate it. Kenny, thanks for your text the other day. I'm glad we're going to get together soon. And Mayor, thanks for your leadership. It's just exciting things are happening in this community, and I could not be more thrilled to be a part of this. I was just speaking with the group prior to this, and to see all the energy and resources that are being invested in our community is exciting. Not only, of course, in the space industry taking off, no pun intended, up north, but of course the defense industry and all the exciting things happening. And people want to move to Brevard County. A lot of people want to move to Palm Bay, Florida, because it's just a great place to live. And I love how you all, the camaraderie necessary. You know, one of the things I don't like in Washington is all the hyper partisanship. And I love how you all are coming together as a city, really trying to make the community just a better place to live. But I just want to briefly kind of give you an update on what's going on in Washington. I know you all had a very good year as far as the appropriation requests out of Washington, D.C. I think it's so important that you continue to do that. I want you all to be making decisions about what's happening in Palm Bay, not some guy or gal up in Washington, D.C. I'm a big believer in local projects. We're partners, and my job is to be your agent in Washington, D.C. So when you make those budget requests, that we honor those budget requests and make things happen. And the exciting thing about what's happening in Brevard County is the fact that with the NASA administration, or NASA doing so well, we had a record budget year, $34 billion, $10 billion more than ever before. And of course, we're seeing all these private sector jobs being created, and to see all the innovation that's happening right here is tremendous. But I just wanted to come by, and as you all have already done, and make sure that we keep this communication going. There's no better way to think about the job than what the title is, a representative of our community. And I take great pride in it. I know a lot of you all come to see me personally. I know you all have my cell phone number. I know that too. And I get a lot of text messages to you, and I think that's great. Because, you know, people are like, oh, I don't want to bother you. That's your job to bother me. I want to know what's going on, and I know how spirited that is. So, you know, what I'd rather do is whatever questions you all have for me, please let me know. And let's continue to make sure that you all make those requests up in Washington. The good news is we're very successful in those budget requests this year. And we need to keep that momentum going, especially on some of those infrastructure needs. We all recognize this constitutional amendment could have a big impact if it's passed. And if that's the case, we need to double our efforts in Washington, so when you put some resources forward, we can match those dollars. As a former president of the Senate, I've really taken the mindset of we need local, state, and federal teamwork to get things done, especially on the infrastructure issues that you have, because Palm Bay has some real challenges there. And you all have met those challenges, especially when we talk about transportation networks. So with that, I don't want to go on any further. Whether the mayor or councilman who want to ask a question, happy to do it. I just want to take a few minutes to visit and make sure you guys know we are open for business, and we're looking forward to serving you further. Mayor?
Well, Congressman, I got to tell you, our city's blessed to have you representing us in D.C. We have been blessed with all the appropriations that you've garnered. We've been very successful with federal dollars, and that's been because of your hard work, and so we're excited about that. I'll yield to my colleagues to have any questions, but I just wanted to make sure that the public understands your hard work in D.C. and how you're working hard on behalf of Palm Bay. So thank you. From the bottom of my heart, sir, I understand how you're nonstop. I've been blessed to be a staffer. I remember we left one day early in the morning, maybe 0600 hours, and we didn't return till 0200 hours.
That was a heck of a drive. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll mention one of those before we get the questions out. And the real star of my family, I don't know if you all know this, but my wife is actually the acting Surgeon General of the United States.
Yeah.
And she has really pushed the idea of eating healthier. She tries to do that with me too. And the other is the screen time issue is so important. That, you know, our kids and all of us are spending way too much time looking at those screens, and we need to, as she puts it, we need to live real life. And she is unfortunately in Washington right now, but I'm looking forward to celebrating her birthday with her next week. So with that, I will happily take any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you for dropping by to Palm Bay. I'll start with Councilman Langevin at the other end.
Thank you, Mayor. Congressman, I don't have any questions, but just to echo what the mayor said, we really appreciate all the hard work that you're doing for us up in Washington DC. And you really are, it's phenomenal the amount of work you're able to accomplish for us and what's been brought back to Palm Bay that was not necessarily like that just a few years ago. And like you said, the relationships between the local and state and federal all working together right now. I think Palm Bay's moving in a great direction, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you very much.
Thanks for your kind words, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
I don't have any questions either. You actually answer them as soon as I ask them. I do know one good positive thing that we can, say from the past is as soon as you do get that text message, you see those three little dots from the iPhone showing you're reading it and you're answering it, and that's amazing. That's exactly what a council asks for from their leaders. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
I have to echo the same thing. As soon as I got a hold of you, Congressman, you got right back to me, so I'm looking forward to meeting with you. And thank you for coming down here. This is awesome. There's a lot of people here. I see a student here. It's not every day that you get to meet your congressman in person, so this is amazing.
Yeah,
Thank you for your generous. Thank you.
Yes. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, Congressman. It was a cool surprise to see you walk in. I don't think I've ever seen a congressman at a meeting in Palm Bay. And so, I've known you for a number of years. I know how hard you work, and you're the most accessible elected official I've ever had the honor of working with. And, I just appreciate all the hard work you've done for Palm Bay. I will be voting for Congressman Herodopoulos in November. He has just done some incredible things for Palm Bay. His first year in office secured millions of dollars for Palm Bay. Second year in office secured millions of dollars for us in Palm Bay. And from the year before to the year after, it doubled. So I'm really looking forward to what you can do. Really looking forward to no pressure.
No pressure there, yeah.
But your staff's amazing, and just really, really grateful for really the life you gave up to serve our community. You really did. That was you and your wife also. So we're grateful for that. I recognize the hard work. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you. Just a second, I wanted to tee it off to our city manager before you exit.
Sure.
Thank you. And just so the community understands your hard work, sir, that we appreciate. I like everything council said. I've been in this game a really long time. I've never seen a congressman at a meeting, so thank you. But I've been going to Washington, D.C. for a long time. And usually we're fortunate to get 2 or 3 minutes or maybe just get with a legislative aid. Again, the last time we were in D.C., Congressman Herodopoulos graciously gave us 45 minutes and then apologized to us because he had to go brief the nation, the United States of America, on Fox News. So that is the kind of attention we are routinely getting, undivided attention, real questions, incredible work, incredible leadership, and incredible engagement. And as a city manager, he has made my job as easy as it could be on that front. And I have tremendous respect for you, as you know, sir, and I just am grateful and thank you for what you do.
Thanks, Ray. I really liked it. We had those, we get together all the cities, you all know, we sit around the table and so we can figure out how we can work together on different projects and connect them all. And the input that I don't know the mayors, but the city managers gave is so important. And again, it's that kind of behind the scenes work that really makes a difference. So my staff knows exactly what's going on, and that's that kind of relationship so vital. And it's what served me very well when I was in the state Senate by just being accessible. And I think we all recognize this is not a hard thing to describe, but all the good ideas are not coming from Washington. They're coming from these local communities who are dealing with these challenges across the country. And when we get the local ideas, it's my job to go fight for those up north. And so thank you for your kind words. I very much appreciate it. Mayor?
I do have one parting question, sir. Are we the first city in Brevard County or in the congressional district that you've actually visited as a surprise?
I hate to say this, but this is common. This is important. We're going to meet with folks all the time, and the county commission, the city, and again, the best part about I'm here today because I'm finally home. But let's keep that text messaging going. It's so important that I hear what's going on, and be really reactive to it. And I love how the spirit of cooperation works. And the good news in Washington, we passed a major bill on affordable housing. It was bipartisan. And as you know, we're challenged right now with AI. We're actually working on bipartisan legislation there. That I chair the Space Committee, as you all know, in Congress, and we actually passed bipartisan legislation to get that moving. And I know what I can't talk about with the other party, but what's great is you find ways to work with others, and that's how we get things done. It's the same thing we try to do in Florida. I think that's why we find success. And Mayor, thanks again for being so accessible. And And this is a real testament to the community that so many people come and participate in this experiment called democracy and a Republican form of government. And that this will be something common that I do because we get the best ideas from y'all. And again, I can't thank you enough. I know how unique it is to be in public life. It's a transition which we all have to make. And the fact that you will do so well and are so accessible to the public, it really makes a difference, and we're trying to do the same thing. So you all have a great evening. I appreciate your kind words. It means a lot to me. And again, we're a phone call or text message, or I know you all have come up many times to Washington to lobby on these very important issues, and that extra effort really makes a difference. And Kenny, I look forward to talking to you real soon, Councilman, and on getting together. So you all have a great evening. Thank you very much for your service, and I appreciate everyone participating tonight. It really makes a difference. Have a great evening.
God bless you, Congressman. Thank you. Okay, we are now on presentations. Mr. Morton. Presentations?
Yes, sir, thank you. We have a presentation tonight from Corey Skates, President and CEO, Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce, semi-annual update. Thank you, Mr. Skates. Come on up. I do not know who it is.
Good evening, everyone. That's a tough act to follow. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to share an update from your Chamber of Commerce. Since I joined the Chamber last October, we've been very intentional about redefining what a modern chamber should look like. We want to be more than an organization that hosts networking events. We want to be an economic development partner, a workforce convener, an advocate for business, and an organization that helps strengthen Palm Bay's future. Tonight, I'd like to share some of the momentum we've built over the past 9 months and where I believe we can continue to partner together. Since October 2025, we built a strong leadership team focused on serving Palm Bay and the Space Coast. So I wanted to introduce our leadership team, many of whom you already know, but they may have different titles at this point. So you all know who I am, President and CEO. Carolina Rojas is now our Chief Operating Officer, and we're thrilled to have her in that role. Cindy Hunt is our Director of Strategic Partnerships and Investor Relations. Tom Graver, who again, many of you know, is our Community and Partner Relations Director, and Jody Clark is our newest member of the team as our Marketing and Events Manager. Each role was intentionally created or strengthened to better support our partners, events, advocacy efforts, and community engagement. This team has been responsible for launching many of the initiatives you'll hear about tonight. Our focus is simple: provide greater value to our business community while serving as a trusted partner to the city of Palm Bay. So let's talk economic development and workforce. Palm Bay has become one of Florida's premier locations for aerospace, defense, advanced manufacturing, and technology companies. Our responsibility as a chamber is to make sure that the business ecosystem keeps pace with that growth. That's why we've heavily invested in programs like SCADI, the Space Coast Alliance for Tech and Innovation, which connects local businesses with some of the world's largest aerospace and defense companies. We're also launching our SCADI Manufacturers Council to help local manufacturers collaborate around workforce shortages, supply chain, and shared challenges. And recognizing that artificial intelligence is rapidly changing every industry, we've created our AI Business Lab to help businesses adopt these tools strategically and responsibly. Finally, through the Brevard Prosperity Initiative, we're helping tackle barriers to workforce participation because economic development only succeeds when more people can participate in it. So what's new since October of 2025? And that's the question we get all the time at the Chamber. So what are y'all doing? And my answer is quite a bit. In less than a year, we've launched several entirely new initiatives that reflect where our business community is headed and not where it's been. The next slide gives you a good snapshot of that. So our new initiatives, and we've talked about a few of these already, but these shown on the screen represent intentional investments in different parts of our community. We talked about our SCADI AI Business Lab, which is preparing businesses for tomorrow. our Scatty Manufacturers Council, which supports Palm Bay's industrial growth, the West Melbourne Area Council, which expands opportunities to our partners across our service area. Rally Point, which is one of our newest initiatives, is our Veterans Council, helping to retain military talent. Our Lifestyle, Health, and Wellness Expo, which connects residents to area resources. Our Government Affairs Committee, which we'll be launching shortly, will create stronger dialogue with our elected leaders and a larger voice for the community. And finally, a modernized website and enhanced luncheon programming. And thank you, Mayor, again for being at the luncheon this week. I think it was a fantastic conversation that we had. Each initiative was created because we saw a need in our community and believe the Chamber is uniquely positioned to address it. So one of our newest events and an example of regional collaboration is our upcoming Constitutional Officers Forum. This is a first-of-its-kind event for Brevard County, bringing together every constitutional officer for a moderated discussion in collaboration with our friends at the Space Coast Association of Realtors. Rather than focusing on politics, the goal is education. We want businesses and residents to better understand how these offices impact public safety, finance, elections, justice, and other services that affect our community every day, because we believe an informed business community makes for stronger communities. Another priority is reimagining our Chamber Foundation. The foundation gives us an opportunity to expand beyond traditional programming, becoming a stronger vehicle for community investment. We see this as a philosophy with measurable long-term outcomes and not simply charity to fill an immediate need. It also creates opportunity for future collaborations with the city as we identify community priorities where public-private partnerships can have a lasting impact. Now we'll talk about a few stats just quickly. Behind every number on this slide is another opportunity to tell Palm Bay's story. We currently have over 550 partners in the Chamber. We host over 160 annual events. We have over 15,000 social media followers. We have 6,000 weekly email subscribers. And to date, we have nearly 100 new partners involved with the Chamber. Every event, every newsletter, every social media post, and every ribbon cutting is another opportunity to promote Palm Bay's businesses and encourage investment in our community. So while many people know us for our networking, our programming is all about economic competitiveness. In 2 weeks, the 8th Annual Space Coast Symposium and Expo will bring tech and innovation leaders to our region. We're thrilled to announce that the keynote speakers for this year feature NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman and Florida Secretary of Commerce Alex Kelly. We also host annually our Mayor's Breakfast, and thank you, Mayor, for continuing to participate. We also will be having our Excellence in Business Awards in November, and this will be hosted at Dragonfly Farms right here in Palm Bay. We've talked about Scatty already, and we also have our multicultural networking group, as well as the Brevard Prosperity Initiative. Together, these events strengthen relationships, showcase Palm Bay, and generate meaningful economic activity throughout the year. So if I had to summarize everything in one slide, this would be it. Our work supports economic development by helping businesses grow. It strengthens the workforce pipeline through education and collaboration. It provides a consistent voice for business through advocacy. And increasingly, we're investing in community initiatives that improve quality of life for residents. That's why our partnership with the city is so important, as we're working towards the same outcomes from different directions. So looking ahead, we'd like to continue building our partnership. And ways that we can do that include city participation in our Government Affairs Committee, as well as our Board of Directors. The city does have an ex officio seat on our board. Aligning workforce initiatives to support city goals, foundation collaboration to address areas of community need, an annual report back, as we're doing tonight, and an open invitation to city staff to be active and involved in chamber activities. But there are many opportunities for us to continue working together to support Palm Bay's businesses through workforce and also other ways to support our residents. So in closing, I'd like to thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager, City staff, for your continued partnership as a Platinum Trustee of the Chamber. Palm Bay is experiencing tremendous momentum, and I believe the Chamber has an important role to play in ensuring that growth is thoughtful, collaborative, and beneficial to both businesses and residents. We look forward to continuing this partnership, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Outstanding presentation, Corey. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
For our business community, in particular, recruiting them. Any questions from council? No? Councilman Johnson?
Yes, hey, Corey, thank you again for choosing Palm Bay as well. And
Thank you.
I'm already knowing you're working with our staff, especially our new Economic Development Director.
Great choice, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're blessed with our staff. But one thing I wanted to bring up, I've spoken to staff about it, I've spoken to our Economic Development Director, and in your previous tenure working in other areas of the state, have you seen chambers or municipalities collectively work with commercial consultants, like businesses that are vying for businesses on behalf of the municipality? Or have you had any experience in that realm or know
Yeah,
people?
a lot of times we serve as the front door, and we will start those relationships and those conversations and then pass them off to the city, people that are responsible for, having those conversations in a deeper way. But a lot of people come to the chamber first. They think that we handle a lot of those things, and, we do certain things, but the city does certain things a lot better than we do, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Skeet, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Question, do we have anybody representing the city yet as a board member?
Not currently.
Mr. Morgan, would we be able to consider our new EDC director to that role if you see deemable for that?
I think that'd be fine if council doesn't want to assume the ex officio seat. I think that's your best logical choice.
I personally think it should be her, so.
Or a designee, right?
Well, it's either one of us or a staff member, so,
To sit on the board?
right?
Yeah. We haven't sat on the board, typically.
The opportunity's there.
Yeah, it's written in our bylaws that the city has
Okay.
an ex officio seat offered. And you can delegate someone, or it can be
Yeah,
one of the
so-
council.
Mr. Morton, you go with that?
Delegate to who Mr. Morton deems fit,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
so.
Excellent, thank you.
Is
Any
that it?
questions?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Skeets.
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Congratulations, Gretchen. So we are now on public comments. Mr. or Deputy Mayor?
Sheena Wallace?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm here to speak to you about Flock. I've spoken here before, I've sent you some emails, and I've posted on Facebook. I've said nothing to you that you have not been advised before by other people in this very room. I'm not saying anything that no one else is saying. But I've heard two statements from a member of this council that kind of creeped me out a little bit, and as a result, I found it necessary and prudent on my own behalf to FOIA my David. Okay, I expect that to come back clear with no searches, because that would be malicious stalking. Okay, so we're just gonna set that out from the forefront. Any NBA will tell you that the purpose for finding workflow efficiencies is not to make anyone's job easier, but to reduce staff. I have a concern, and others do in this community as well, that the staff, the Palm Bay Police Department, is being reduced in size due to natural attrition quietly at the moment. So I would like to know if you have plans or if you are quietly reducing the members of our police department now due to the efficiencies of these cameras. All right, government is a necessary evil. Your role is to keep that evil at bay. That's why you had the privilege of receiving our votes to sit in those chairs, is to keep that evil at bay. Yet so far, I have only heard biased, self-serving Flock talking points as you sit allowing this police surveillance state to continue. In the court of public opinion, these Flock cameras are a Fourth Amendment violation. In the court of public opinion, I have heard people sit here and say they're waiting for a Supreme Court decision. Or what is the members of Congress going to do? Congress is broken, they can't even get rid of daylight savings time. We don't have that kind of time. Okay? It is your role to make a decision. I see the willful violations of our First, Fourth Amendments, Florida Constitution Articles 1, 12, and 14, federal and state laws on placement and installation of the poles, an adhesion contract according to UCC signed by this city that allows Flock to put poles in place on your behalf. Florida sunshine laws were not adhered to when this contract was brought in. It was done in secrecy and tends to stay in secrecy because the poles are pointed black, so no one can see them. And that is part of the problem with the installation. So the other thing is, you're not even abiding by your contract with Flock, Section 11, abiding by all laws, okay? It is your responsibility to enforce the laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kim Couture.
Hi, I'm not a professional speaker or anything, and I'm nervous, so I'll do the best I can. I'm a citizen of Palm Bay and have been since 1980. And things are going on in our country that are concerning, and I'm sure all of you know about the cybersecurity attack on the water infrastructure that's happened in 12 states. Well, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has designated the recent significant escalation of cyber attacks on municipal water infrastructure as one of its top operational priorities. CISA, in coordination with the FBI and EPA, has issued urgent directives targeting programmable logic controllers, the industrial computers controlling pumps and valves. Does Palm Bay use this, programmable logic controllers? I don't know if y'all can answer or if the
Just
utilities,
keep
but I'll
going,
go ahead
Kim.
and finish.
Keep going.
The industrial computers and the valves, and I asked that, if we do have those controllers exposed to the internet, are they exposed to the internet, and when did we last check that? As the mayor said earlier, we are a nation at war. It's a concern that the enemy will attack our infrastructure. The security of our water is of utmost importance. If a breach took place, how would you warn the citizens? Will you send out phone alerts, media, like the police does with their emergency, like when they need help finding somebody? Will that go to all the citizens in Palm Bay? Because once that breach happens, it's an urgent situation. And I'm concerned because there's a lot of kids in this community, and I happen to really care about the kids. And I thank you for listening.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Morton, do you have any information, or can you
No,
gather Gabriel to gather intel?
No, those are questions that we don't answer publicly because of cybersecurity concerns and threats. We don't disclose the network architecture or connection points. I appreciate the questions. I will say that we have a robust cybersecurity program, and in fact, our IT director, who's also on the state board, are you the president of the state board this year? I think he is.
I'm a past president of the Florida Local Government.
And regardless,
Information
he's a
System.
featured speaker at the Cyber Civil Defense Summit happening here real shortly. He's very engaged in those issues, so I thank you for those questions.
Next speaker.
Ken Delgado.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast Palm Bay, Florida. Happy to be back from our trip to Australia, seeing extended family. I stand here today as the former chairman of the Charter Review. I'd like to offer some suggestions for the next group that addresses the Charter Review in light of the proceedings that we just had. Obviously, I stand by the decisions you make, as I am a stout believer in that we are a republic and not a strict democracy. This is my opinions here. It's not of the charter itself. It's my personal opinion. That being said, number one of the statements from the dais was about the cost of so many suggested changes. May I suggest that if the basis of changing items on the charter is based on cost, please advise the next charter review the limit of the amount of changes you permit in the charter review so that they can prioritize the most important items. Number two, I strongly suggest that there be more of an interactive relationship with the representative of the charter review when the decisions are being made as to what will be approved. The purpose is so that you may clearly understand why the changes were suggested. The appearance was that the reasons why some changes were suggested weren't addressed and no questions were offered to understand the reasons behind our presentation. Number three, in the yay-nay decisions that were done in a matter of minutes, I realized that, number one, we were about to go on a vacation. Number two, that there was a hot topic that night that kind of took over and left very little time. The participants of the charter review, along with interested voters, literally spend hours and hours of their time, their preparations, their thoughts, their detailed suggestions, and their reason why. The appearance seemed more like a quick dismissal of the effort behind it. I repeat it, I'm just saying the appearance. Perhaps a special session of these items separate from your regular meetings where a more detailed discussion can be entertained by the dais. Number four, as an example of this intent, in these days of judicial activism, what seems logical to everyday citizen is an attorney's delight to twist from original intent to today's activism. We see it again and again by the Supreme Court as they reverse decisions of the lower court in an ever-increasing occurrence. It may seem redundant to add, according to the Florida Constitution and the United States Constitution, somewhere in our charter, but it is tomorrow's opportunity to maybe add the United Nations World Court or some other form of government. It was the consensus that it may be redundant, but it may be the supporting column that makes the difference between a retaining wall or a crumbling wall. Certainly wouldn't hurt to have it. Thank you for your time. I had a little bit more, but appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Just so that you know, this council has included speaking at the end of the meeting again. So if you'd like to come back and have an additional 3 minutes, you're more than welcome. Next speaker. And thank you for your dedicated service, Pastor Ken.
Efren Molina. He just needs to submit another card if he wants to do that.
Excuse me. If I can ask council for a moment to recognize a fallen citizen, I would like to take a moment for us to be silent for the loss of Thomas Farley, who was taken early from his time by one of our local officers here in Palm Bay. May I do that?
Carry on, sir. Go ahead and speak.
I am tired. I know y'all don't want me to be here constantly complaining. But I'm going to make one statement and several questions. As a citizen of this country and a native to this city, I am traumatized and shocked having witnessed my arrest via body cam video of our activities of our Palm Bay police officers whom arrested me. I am in disgust and horrified watching their interactions. I did not want to come to this stand to complain anymore about them, but I have questions for my councilman and my future councilman about our law enforcement. It says on social media, I am constantly ridiculed for not mending my ways with our local law enforcement and certain council members. You can't unsee the horror of wars that I've seen across seas, and I can't just unsee the injustice done by our Palm Bay PD. I am both mortified and enraged at how the PD threatens our citizens, and as a soldier, I don't believe any more of our citizens should be sacrificed. The loss of Thomas Farley was tragic, and I feel for his mother. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you want to answer them, that's up to you. To whom does the Palm Bay Police Department be accountable to? To whom do they exercise their authority for? To whom does a citizen ask for help when an officer is allowed to resign after malicious intent? If an officer murders a citizen, how do we hold them accountable? If a citizen is afraid of our officers, do we have the right to bear arms against them? If there's not a choice to defend ourselves as citizens, do we have the inherent right to defend ourselves even against false guardians? How do these recurring lawsuits against our city due to the Palm Bay PD will affect our taxes and the safety of our community? Not all officers are responsible for the wrongdoing of other officers, but if we can't hold those in wrong accountable, what do our councilmen and our law enforcement do? If an officer robs the life of a citizen, do we have the inherent right to rob them of their life as well? When injustice becomes law, do you think it is the duty of all American citizens that reside here in Palm Bay to keep it from being broken? If we are to mend the bridge damaged by our police officers and our council cannot act, who will protect us? How do we get rid of those who have harmed us in our city? Hate me if you like, but I won't leave until I get some answers, because hiding among you are officers that have murdered a citizen. And having been traumatized myself, I sympathize. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Nick Sneed.
Good evening. I'm Nick Sneed. I live at 1775 Kyler Drive in St. John's Preserve. Good evening, Mayor, Council. When residents ask how Palm Bay can slow its rapid growth, the response is often that your hands are tied because those developments were decided on by councils before you. And the truth is, I believe you. I agree that you simply cannot revoke approvals that were legally granted before your time. But I disagree that your hands are tied. In my opinion, Palm Bay's growth can be curbed simply by enforcing standards that we already have in place that currently go ignored. Every time a developer is allowed to ignore an approved site plan, omit required improvements, or cut corners without consequence, it lowers the cost of building here and it increases their profits from doing so. Of course, developers want to build in a city where approved plans are not consistently enforced. Perhaps part of the problem is that we've made Palm Bay too easy to build in. My own neighborhood is an example of why I say that. Our developer attempted to eliminate a playground that was clearly shown on the approved site plan. It was only because we noticed and brought it forth as the citizens of our neighborhood that got corrected, and we got a playground. Today, we're dealing with another issue. The approved landscape plan around our community pool calls for approximately 1,100 trees and shrubs. The developer has planted 120. The fence around the pool is nowhere near what was denoted on the site plan, reducing the linear feet of required fencing and decreasing the square footage inside the fence. Palm Bay has an entire chapter of its code, pages upon pages, dedicated to landscaping within the city. It specifies the types of vegetation that must be used, ground cover where it must be placed, and how it must be maintained. Developers are required to submit a detailed landscape plan as part of the approval process. And the code clearly states that required landscaping must be maintained and replaced if it fails. But if we're not going to ensure that those approved plans are actually built to begin with, then what's the purpose of having those requirements in the first place? An ordinance that isn't enforced becomes a suggestion, not a standard. I've raised these concerns with the city manager twice at the city with the coffee with the city manager. Both times I was asked to follow up by email, and both times those emails went unanswered. If this is happening in my neighborhood, I think it's reasonable to ask how often it's happening elsewhere in Palm Bay. How many citizens of Palm Bay are being shorted by developers cutting corners while the city doesn't even bother to check? And if an obvious item like playgrounds, landscaping, or fencing don't match the approved plans, what confidence should residents have that less visible improvements are being verified? Stormwater systems, drainage, infrastructure, utilities, sidewalks, buffers, and open spaces that aren't things the average resident can inspect. You can't undo past approvals, but you can influence future development. The standard you force today is the standard that you set for Palm Bay going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
What
what development is he talking about?
Just a second.
St. John's Preserve.
Mr. Morton, he mentioned emails that you might have received and gone unanswered.
I'm not aware of emails. If I did, they're missed, but at the last city manager coffee, I encouraged him to connect with Growth. I answered all the questions that I had the answers to. And, talked at length, and I said, we need to connect you with Growth because I'm not aware of the specifics of your neighborhood, but we want to get you the correct answers, and that our Growth Department could get you those answers, since I don't know what state your HOA is in, what state of preliminary or final approval your plat is in, if the landscape plan comes at the end, the beginning, and I just don't know the particulars, sir. It looks like Althea is going to come visit you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Van Heuden.
Did you have a question, sir?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Did you have a question? All right. Carry on, sir. I'm sorry.
Hi, good evening. My name is Becky Van Hayden. I've been a Palm Bay resident since 1984. And I'd like to begin by thanking you guys, the ones of you that responded to my emails yesterday. I only learned yesterday about the proposal to close the Palm Bay Aquatic Center. And although it's not on tonight's agenda, I wanted to introduce myself and share my concerns. As you discussed creating an identity for Palm Bay, which I heard you speak of earlier, I wanted to remind everybody that the Palm Bay Aquatic Center is already a part of that identity. It's the only public competition pool in South Brevard, and it serves all of our Brevard, or Palm Bay schools, our families, our seniors, and residents every day. I remember the last time that the pool closed back in 2018, 2019. It was closed for 2 years, and it took years for our swim and dive community to recover. And I worry that a closure like that would have the same lasting impact. I've been attending or going to the pool for several years. Both of my daughters were swimmers for Bayside High School since 2016, and now I currently coach at Bayside High for swim and dive. I appreciate that the city is looking for solutions, and I encourage you guys to continue to explore partnerships with the organizations around Brevard County, whether it's Eastern Florida, whether it's renegotiating your contract with Brevard Public Schools, with maybe the Chamber of Commerce that we spoke to earlier today. But I just want you to consider doing all that you can and really exploring all the options in order to keep the Palm Bay Aquatic Center open for our community. It's a very important part of our community and our identity. So thank you for your time, and I will see you in September at the budget meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Kate Van Heeden.
Good evening. My name is Kate Van Hayden. I was born and raised here in Palm Bay. This is my first time speaking before the City Council, and I'm here to express my concern about the potential closure of the Palm Bay Aquatic Center. As a Bayside High School graduate, former club and high school swimmer, and nearly 6-year employee of the Aquatic Center, I've seen firsthand the positive impact this facility has had on our community. Now serving as a senior lifeguard during the summers, this job has supported me through the second half of high school and all of my college years. It has done the same for many of my coworkers, providing young people with meaningful employment, leadership opportunities, and a pathway to grow within Palm Bay Parks and Recreation and other city departments. The skills we learn at the Aquatic Center extends far beyond the pool. Lifeguarding teaches responsibility, leadership, teamwork, and life-saving skills that inspires many employees to pursue careers in public service. I personally know several former lifeguards who have gone on to become firefighters and EMTs here in Palm Bay. That represents a direct investment by our city in its young people and in the future of our community. Closing this facility even for a year would disrupt those opportunities for the many employees who rely on these jobs as they prepare for college and their careers. More importantly, it would leave a gap in our community that cannot be measured in dollars. The pool is a very commonly used resource for our community. It is always a busy day, whether the water park is open or not, for families of all ages and people who use the lanes for exercise. I hope the council will carefully consider the value of this resource and the impact its closure would have on the residents of all ages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pat Dalbra?
Pat Dalper, 410 Georges Avenue Northeast. Good evening, council and staff. I just wanted to remind the citizens that our primary is coming up on the 18th. Early voting starts in a couple days, and we need to understand how important this year the elections are. And it's typical that primaries are the percentage of people coming out to vote on primaries is very low, which is sad. So I just want to say for all citizens, we have the privilege to vote, so we need to use it. And it's very important to get the right people in. I'm glad to see our Representative Herodopoulos here. And yes, he's done a lot of work. So we need people who are going to work for the communities and are receptive to their suggestions or their complaints or whatever they have. And Lord, that he will lead us and guide us and give us the wisdom to decide who to vote for. And on that, Salt and Light Council has one more candidate forum at Victory in Christ Jesus on Jupiter Boulevard. That's next Tuesday. And Mike Jaffe will be there. Monique Miller will be there. We have a judge, George Gaspard, and one other council candidate, Alfie O'Gara. So hope everybody will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Butcher in.
You okay?
Butcher ran 219 Trenton Avenue Southwest. Bill threw me off over there. The other thing he did, he washed his truck. I got to find out why.
No.
Okay? Either that or he got a new one. So I'll find out after the meeting. Anyhow, Butcher ran 219 Trenton Avenue. Prior to leaving for vacation, I had spoke with Dr. Robertson about the roads. And he was telling me about a program that was being instituted where they were going to take the worst of the worst and fix those. I would just like to kind of get an update on if there is any movement on that. I do see that Minton and Palm Bay Road, the whole intersection's been done. Beautiful. 81 years ago today, Fat Boy was dropped on Hiroshima. Instantly, 70,000 lives were wiped out. Nuclear weapons are deadly. We don't need them, but we have them. I just hope our leaders use them wisely if they ever do. As far as the closing on the pool, I stand behind these folks here. You need to keep that thing open. During the summertime, there's a lot of kids that can't get to the beach to go enjoy the beach. They can get to the pool fairly easily. Some can ride their bike, some could walk. But it's definitely something that's used by the citizens here in Palm Bay. And like they voiced before, last time they closed it down, it took them 2 years to get it fixed, but there was a maintenance problem there. I don't know what the reasoning behind closing the pool is now. I'd be kind of curious to hear what that is also. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morton? Or Dr. Robinson, did you take a note of that?
Yes, and just so everyone knows, we have the Kevin, next council meeting, the Go Roads presentation is done. It will be coming back. It's been evaluated, vetted, reviewed by us and the consulting engineer, and you will have the data and presentation for decisions before you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Kathy Bradshaw.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Bradshaw, founder and president of She Empowers. It's a nonprofit organization, 501c3, located here in the beautiful city of Palm Bay. Our mission is to help close the education and economic gap with disadvantaged, underrepresented, and low-income families, students, individuals, and communities. Our vision is to empower others for a better life, and we do this through various initiatives. We have the Back to School Supply Drive, a scholarship program, a breast cancer awareness initiative, a Thanksgiving food drive, a senior care program, and mentorship. We've been serving the community for over 7 years. This Saturday, on August 8th, we will have a back-to-school safety and community festival to ensure local boys and girls start the school year prepared and ready to succeed. Our goal is to supply 200 students with backpacks and school supplies, as well as free immunization. We partner with Walgreens, and they will provide and administer those vaccines. And it's for all ages, for the students, the parents, and the elderly. We also will be providing safety tips, valuable information, and resources to these families. We are seeking community partners, sponsors, and individuals to help provide backpack school supplies, safety tips, and valuable resources. We invite the City of Palm Bay to partner with us through sponsorship, promotion, volunteer recruitment, and community engagement. We believe that together we can help break barriers to learning and prepare these students to be ready to succeed and learn this school year. Thank you for your time and for your support.
Ma'am, where's this event being held?
It's being held at In Season Ministries at the Peace Lutheran Campus. That's 1801 Port Malabar Boulevard, Building D, 32905.
And what are the hours of that? That's this Saturday, you
This
said?
Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon.
And you're looking for community partners? Perhaps we should be in discussions a little earlier to see, and you could reach out and we'll give you information on who to contact within the city. They did do something like that this past Saturday as well. So I think it'd be great to kind of collaborate with other groups as well and have such an event. So I have someone buzzing in now. I guess they want to comment. City manager and then Mike Hammer.
If I can just comment.
Yes.
Comments, I want to go back to an issue if I can.
Oh, as
Thank
you
you.
were. So Councilman Hammer.
I'm going to check my schedule, but I'm going to be there.
Okay, thank you. I have brochures and flyers. May I pass
Okay,
it
you
to
can
all?
bring it forward and I'll just pass it on. But thank you for what you're doing for our community, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker,
That concludes the speaker cards. I'll pass to Mr. Morton.
Mr. Morton.
I just got, Mr. Sneed, your email address from Deputy Mayor and searched. You were buried in there in the not inbox, the alternate box, so I apologize. You did send them, and I just moved you to not junk, and so hopefully we can stay connected, so thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying that. We're now on consent agenda. Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
So I'd like to pull item number 7. Anyone else wish to pull? No? Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion for you, Mayor. Or do you, because you have the gavel, or can you pull it? I'm not sure.
No, I can
You would
pull
have
it. I can
Okay.
pull it.
I'm good with it then.
I just need a motion.
I'll make a motion to pull item number 7
And approve the rest of the,
and approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
second.
So I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, so we are now on item, public hearing number 1.
Ordinance 2026-14, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending ordinance 2022-114 by modifying the boundaries of the Malabar Springs Community Development District, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm opening up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is the second read of the Malabar Springs Community Development District Amendment. As you will recall, it's addressing that small cell tower parcel. I believe the applicant has their representative or attorney here. Staff has nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Would you want to speak, sir? Then feel free. Feel free.
Good evening. Mike Eckert with QTech Rock, 107 West College Avenue, Tallahassee, Florida. We represent the Malabar Springs Community Development District, which is the petitioner in this process. We are seeking to remove .06 acres from the boundaries of the district. The ordinance notices have been published as required by city code. And based on the evidence that we've presented with the petition and also answer any questions that the city or staff has had, we feel there's a foundational basis for approval of the boundary amendment. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on item number 4, public hearing. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-20, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, providing for a referendum election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, for the purpose of determining whether the city charter should be amended to revise the process for filling vacancies that may occur on the city council, providing for the placement of one referendum item on the ballot, providing the text of the proposed charter amendment, directing the city clerk to provide the supervisor of elections with a copy of the ordinance, publishing the referendum item in accordance with state law, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. And Madam Jones.
I have nothing further unless
Okay.
you have questions.
Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes, any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on item number 5, Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-2022, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 179, Natural Resources, by providing clarity in the cross-references and administrative authorities regarding floodplain management and groundwater well field protection, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm going to ask our Growth Management Director, Althea, to come up and present this item to you.
Good evening. I wasn't anticipating making a presentation. This is pretty straightforward. Our floodplain ordinance, after we updated it in September of '24, required a review by the state, both FEMA and the Federal Division of Emergency Management. They reviewed that ordinance. They proposed changes that are required for the city to make to bring it into state compliance, and that's what we're presenting to you tonight.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Seeing none, stand fast, Althea, just in case somebody else speaks after, you could come back up. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on consent item number 7. Mr. Morton, this is a drainage easement, and I think there'll be additional finances for this. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, this is similar to the Diaz drainage easement we did last year, only this one has two benefits. One, the purchaser will be taking on ongoing maintenance and liability, removing that from our responsibility. It also, don't know what the value will be, but it puts it back in private ownership, so essentially back on the assessor's page. And then additionally, there's a one-time cash payment of around $142,000 to the city for the land. This is in that vicinity there by I-95 and St. John's Heritage Parkway.
So, gentlemen, the reason I pulled this is because of the extra 142,000. I'd like to see if we could give direction at this time to have that used for our police vehicles, if we could use that amount of money. And I'm sure it'll go towards a great cause. So that's what I'm looking to get done, and I'm hoping that you guys would agree on that, at least to allocate that money for our police vehicles.
I had a question. The original money that was paid into this, what was it for? The $142,000 that we're getting back. What is that? Was that fee associated to something, or?
Yes, sir. Jason DiLorenzo, Deputy City Manager. As contemplated in the Emerald Lakes Master Plan development, the ponds associated with the St. John's Heritage Parkway widening are allowed to be moved or relocated. That's what this is doing. We have relocation of ponds. The master developer is taking on the retention requirements for the future roadway. That includes the federal regulatory changes that have occurred. So it's actually more compensation than was originally planned for. And it's about 10 acres, sir. I think it's 10.18 acres that they're going to take the compensation into their master stormwater plan and return the ponds back to uplands. Well, the future ponds are not actually there.
Wasn't clear though, like the money was, that is an impact fee? Well,
No, sir. They were, let's see, they were originally dedicated as part of the project. The ones on the west was a reduction in the impact fee credit. In this case, the master developer prefers to just make an outright payment for them.
so related to stormwater?
Where should the funds go back to?
That's what I'm like trying to understand. Like,
Yes, sir.
Is the stormwater transferred to public safety? I'm just trying to understand the.
I'm not sure. Perhaps Ms. Smith could help. I'm not sure.
I'm not certain there are any restrictions on the pond. Certainly, it's not something I've looked at. I mean, if council would like to, for staff to consider whether there are any restrictions, and if not, provide direction. But I don't know that there are any restrictions on this revenue, but I'm certainly not prepared to tell you that now and have you authorize Mr. Morton to use it for certain purposes, find out later, then I'm the one telling him, no, you can't do this.
So with that being said, Mayor, I'm good with it being used for public safety as long as
We're able to?
it checks out.
Okay. So I'll need a motion.
I'll take the gavel, Mayor. You can make the motion.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No?
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
You want me to make the
Just-
motion?
Yeah, make the motion.
He just wanted the gavel.
Well, I'm not exactly clear on what the motion
Yeah,
is, so.
to use that funding towards police vehicles.
Some of the people.
Yes, Councilman Hammer.
Mine is once the motion's made.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to accept the $142,000, the $142,000?
Yes, yes.
From the, but I lost my spot on the agenda, Mayor. Oh, consent number 7, yeah. For consent number 7 to be allocated towards public safety for the police department, once verified by the city attorney. And if it doesn't, then she'll come back and give us further direction.
Yes, and I'll second that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, sir. You have a comment?
If I remember correctly, this pond was part of the right-of-way purchase for the road, and I believe it was the stormwater runoff for the road before the community went in, if I remember correctly. So that would be under the right-of-way purchase for the road. I believe that pond was from, if I remember correctly. Secondly, I have a question. Are there any struggles with stormwater, AKA baffle boxes, reaching Melbourne Tillman there on the south side that we're going to have constraints with? Because if there are, I would like to put this towards a baffle box, but if not, I would love to see it go to police.
Sir,
Yeah.
initial indication is no because it's on the Satili Canal.
Awesome. I would love to see that go to police.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor. My question's for Mr. Morton or for the chief. Over the past few years, we've made the transition from the typical cruisers that you'll see to SUVs. They are more expensive, but I just wanted to hear from either or on if there's a benefit, an added benefit to us transitioning to that, or was that more, I don't want to say leisure, but just exploring, since this is what we're looking to allocate it towards.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So two things. Last year, there were no sedans made for public safety. That was one of the reasons why we stuck with the SUVs. I don't know if they've come back, but there was none at the time. We could verify that. And then the second is that the state contract, I believe, it was either a 3 or 5 year contract. So the same price that we paid for the vehicles last year is the same price that we would be paying for this year. There was no increase in the cost for a police vehicle, particularly the SUVs.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor, I think I just wanted to amend the motion because I actually didn't approve consent item number 7. I just made a motion to reallocate the money from 7 itself.
All right, so I withdraw my second.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve agenda item, or consent item number 7, and allocate the return of money towards public safety to the police department, as long as
vehicles.
Yeah, for a vehicle, as long as the city attorney says it's okay.
I'll second, and city manager wants to weigh in.
Just to Councilman Johnson's point, we'll double check, but to Chief's point, a few years back, Ford discontinuing the Crown Victoria, followed by Dodge discontinuing the Charger. And so we'll make sure that is still the case, but that was also my impression the last time the contracts went out. But we'll check with that, sir.
Thank you. I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor, and this is consent item number 7. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on procurements, item number 1. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm actually going to ask Public Works Director Kevin Brinkley and/or the amazing Christine Sullivan to come up and give you a brief on this.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Kevin Brinkley, Public Works Director. I will look to Christine Sullivan to tell me when I've messed up. She will throw something at me. But this is a request to move forward with the widening of the St. John's Heritage Parkway. It is, for a little bit of a backstory, originally when we, in 2024, when we approved the RFQ for the design services for the widening of this parkway, we were expecting to put it on a shelf for a future date when we would be able to construct the actual project. You can design it up to a certain degree, then put it on a shelf, and then it would have to be redesigned once you're actually ready for construction. Thanks to the guidance of council and the leadership of city management, we have pulled together the funds and are able to move forward with the construction of the widening. And this is the small adjustment that we need to be able to finalize those plans with all the development that's gone on in the area. There are some additional surveying and engineering that needs to be done, but this is the amendment that will get shovel-ready plans for us for summer of 2027. She's shaking her head. I think
Thank
you're
you.
okay.
Council, any questions? All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Carry on, Deputy Mayor.
As far as the approval of this procurement item tonight, I would like for Scholar Consulting to provide like a deliverable schedule, a delivery schedule on this change order. Something that you guys can track as staff, which I'm sure you do, but then something that you can send us an email on a monthly basis. Hey, this is where we're at. Any delays? I like to be aware of that.
Monthly update?
Yeah, monthly. I would appreciate that.
There.
This infrastructure is incredibly important, and that road, now that school is back in session, is going to be even worse for the foreseeable future. And can you talk a little bit about it, or maybe Ms. Sullivan could talk about how this ties in with the roundabout and the timing and schedule of that as well, and then expected times when we're going to send this out to bid for procurement of construction as well.
Yeah, so we're moving forward with plans to design the roundabout as well. The idea is to be able to design the roundabout in the timeframe. While this update is occurring, we'll be designing the roundabout and be able to bid those out together as one for one construction. She's still shaking her head, yes. Jason made me nervous there. For one project, which would save us costs. We would not have two different companies doing construction in the same area. We wouldn't have to worry about any of the overlap or tapering or anything like that. So the idea is to, to your direction previously, see what we can do in larger scale. How can we save money? Well, this would have been two separate projects over many years, but by putting them together, we'll be able to construct them at a fraction of the cost and do it quicker for the citizens, so.
Does that conclude? Okay. Thank you. Any speaker cards?
I have no cards, Mayor.
Oh, as you were, Councilman Hammer, and then the city manager.
In this design, are we including if and when we get the bridge access to Fred Poppy?
In this design, we are
'Cause-
not including we are not including any kind of, that would be a separate design that would taper into, or would tie into the roadway if we were going to do an
Wouldn't
access
it
there.
be smart to have our break in the median and everything built while we're building it now? And just to where when we do get the bridge approved, all we have to do is build our right-of-way easement?
We can ask Scalar to take that into consideration. She's standing up. I think I'm saying something wrong. If she stands up, I'm going to let Christie.
Thanks for coming up, Ms. Sullivan.
Sorry about that. Christine Sullivan, Assistant Public Works Director. Our consultant, our engineering consultant, GFT, formerly known as Scalar, who is doing the widening design of St. John's Heritage Parkway, is aware of the bridge project and has been in discussions also with our designer, a different designer, Kimley Horn, of the bridge. So in addition to multiple other designs that are happening with all of the development coming along that corridor. And also they are aware that there is still ongoing development and that they will be in contact with those developers as well to make sure that everything that they're designing fits into the road as it's supposed to.
Councilman Hammer.
Amazing, that was my only concern. Thank you for addressing that.
Thank you. Any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I need a motion.
Motion to approve the contract for engineering services, supplemental agreement number 1.
I'll second. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 4-0. We're now on council reports. Oh, as you were, new business item number 1. Madam Smith.
Resolution 2026-11, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, including and updating Florida State statute reference, including and updating investment and portfolio composition, including and updating performance measure requirements, providing for an effective date.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. Sorry for the confusion. I think I was hearing what I wanted to hear in terms of the schedule. My name is Richard Pengelly. I'm a managing director with PFM Asset Management. We are the investment advisor for the city. We periodically will look at and review the city's investment policy to see if there are things that need to be updated in the investment policy. And today, that's what we've brought forward to you. Most of the investment activity in your policy is really governed by Florida statutes 218-415, which really sets the foundation for what goes into the investment policy, and that sets the foundation for your investment program. It emphasizes safety and liquidity primarily, and then after those, then you think about yield. We also use 2 other frameworks when reviewing investment policies. The Association for Public Treasurers of the U.S. and Canada, it's a more robust framework for looking at public investment policies compared to state statutes, and also the best practices of the Government Finance Officers Association. So with all 3 of those, we look through we look through the policy, compare it against those frameworks, and then come up with any recommendations. The policy pretty much was in line. There were a couple updates that we made and some formatting changes in the policy as expected. The other thing that we do is we compare your policy and look at other local governments across Florida, various peers, and see if there's things that potentially could be added into your policy that maybe other similar entities are utilizing. We didn't really come up with many updates associated with that. So the primary updates, there was a update to the statutes in 2023. You are already compliant with that update, so you didn't necessarily need to modify the policy, but since we are making updates, we said, let's go ahead and pull that language in just to be extra clear on that point. We expanded your utilization of local government investment pools to provide additional liquidity in the event that you need that in certain, certain environments. You could utilize that sector a little bit more. Outside of that, that's really the major changes that were done on the policy. It was last updated and adopted by you in 2018, so this will bring the policy, current. So with that, any questions?
Any questions, council?
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit more about the LGIPs and how much money, or do we know how much money we're allocating towards that?
Yeah, so with the local government investment pools, those are formed by multiple local governments coming together to form the pools. There are several in the state. The state operates a pool, and then the city invests in at least one of the pools. I'm going to say you probably have about maybe 50 to 100 million invested in one of the LGIPs, maybe at the high point during the year, particularly when you have tax receipts coming in, and then throughout the year you use it basically like a money market fund and spend out to meet expenditures out of the pool.
Okay, thank you.
Good. All right. I'll need a motion. Do we have speaker cards?
No cards, Mayor.
Okay. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-11.
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now, thank you, sir. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your hard work on behalf of our citizens. We're now on council reports. Councilman Langevin, I'll start with you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I have one item I want to bring up tonight, and so I wanted to bring this up earlier, and I think Councilman Hammer brought it up at one point, and I was just kind of under the impression that this wasn't how it was, and then I found out this is how it is. So I'm going to bring it up. Boats in people's driveways, particularly if they're on a trailer in a neat manner. We're not, the regular city that's not an HOA is not an HOA, and if your yard and your property looks neat, you should be allowed to do it. I'm getting complaints that, people very neatly have their boats parked in their driveway, and neighbors are complaining, and code is going out there and giving them a hard time. And so I had asked about this months ago, and I think I misheard, and I thought that it was cleared up, but I guess it's not. So I'd like the council's consensus on amending our ordinance on being able to park a boat in your front yard to an ordinance where it needs to be neat, it needs to be on a trailer, but you can park your boat in your front yard. Because one of the issues that we have right now, it has to be, I guess, in the backyard behind a fence. But the way that we have to build a lot of our new houses now up on a raised platform, it can be very difficult to even get a boat into a backyard on some of these lots. So, this is just kind of erring towards helping out our residents. We live in Florida. A lot of people have boats. We should be able to support that in our city.
Okay, council. Are you looking for consensus?
You got it from me.
You got it from me, and I'd also like to add, I have actually been doing some research on this, and there are cities that actually have ordinances already written up for boats that are under 22 foot, and they're registered. There is ordinance already on the book in other cities that we can probably reference if we need to.
Okay, I believe you have consensus with Hammer and Johnson. So what's next, Councilman Langevin?
That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
I think you want to appoint someone.
Oh, I do?
Rick Adante to.
Oh, I have to do a reappointment of, yes. So I'll reappoint Rick Adante. I think I dropped the ball and didn't give him the contact information to go in and talk to the clerk, so it's come to a point where I have to reappoint him.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
I only have one thing. I want to reach out to our city staff, police, fire, and thank them for such a great wellness program that we have. Being a former firefighter, I have a closeness with the fire department, and our fire department in the last month has been very in need of wellness. And it's not just ours; it's around Florida, around the United States, and I have looked into our wellness program and the things we offer. I've been told we have an amazing wellness coordinator, not just at police but at fire, and I just wanted to reach out and say thank you for that. It's very needed, and really appreciate everything that is done in that realm.
Does that conclude your report, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, before I go on to Councilman Johnson, I just want to let the public know that we do have public comments after. However, I'll need speaker cards for that, so I just wanted you to prepare for that. So that way, we'll be able to go down and call you by name. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going backwards briefly because with the minutes, I want to make sure we're all on the same page regarding waste collection. Waste collection is up in 2030. It'll be here before we know it, and I have brought it up to council in regards to potentially looking into a transfer station or exploring options of what it will look like if we were to do it ourselves for waste collection. You can go out for a revenue bond. I've spoken to the city manager about it, but city manager hasn't moved on it yet because per the minutes, Mayor, you were a pause on it. You said visit it in a few months. I think Deputy Mayor was more so for the transfer station, not in regards to looking into the city taking it on. Councilman Hammer was open to exploring it, but per the minutes, I didn't see anything from you, Councilman Langevin. So Just, again, this is just to explore. I was on the council when we had the bid for 2020, and Waste Management was the original bidder. I mean, they were the original contract winner. Council at that time chose not to go into renegotiations with them and put it out for bid. They chose not to bid, so we were stuck with two, and that was Waste Pro and Republic. And when you only have two, that drives the price up a lot higher. Each year we have a 3% increase. So just looking ahead, I know 2030 will be here before we know it. So I'm just looking to explore all options, and this is one that we can explore. So that's all.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the minutes reflected, I think most of us thought that we have given them, staff enough of a bite for now, and that's why there was that pause. I don't know if the minutes reflected that, I can't recall. But I'd like to get some information from our city manager in regards to that. I'll get back to you soon. Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Regarding I think there was consensus for this transfer station to explore that, if I remember correctly, right? You had mentioned that. I said, yeah, I would explore that too. So I think there was consensus there, but I think Councilman Johnson wants to explore taking over waste management as a city operation. Is that correct? Yes, sir. So what are your thoughts on that? And is it the right time to pull the trigger on that type of study for you?
So yes and no. I mean, if this is an interest of council, now is the time. I think we have around 3 years till the contract expires, and in an exercise like this, that 3 years will go very, very quickly. There will be a tremendous amount of work to do, just first to evaluate feasibility, second to get into the detail analysis of everything from route planning, truck disposal, delivery, acquisition methods, cans. You know, there's a lot to cover. Regulations, where we tip, are we going to partner with a landfill or a MRF, create our own? Can we create our own? So if this is an interest of council, I think Councilman Johnson's on the point that now is the time. I will say that we will have to identify a funding source and look to get a consultant. This is definitely above the scope or capability. This would be a full-time job for several people, and so we will need to solicit for and find a consulting firm who is an expert in, first of all, the fiscal analysis and the P&L, and see if this makes financial sense for the city, given our account size and our routes and billing histories and all those things, based off what a startup cost would be. And then if that proves out to be positive, we would likely continue to engage that or another consultant for a business plan, financing strategy, bonds, all those things. So again, 3 years is just maybe enough time. And we're definitely going to need some assistance to carry this across the finish line.
And so my next question is regarding a transfer station. That would really reduce the cost if we did have a transfer station. Is that, based on your experience, you can't commit to that, or?
No,
Yeah.
that could be, there's a lot of flux in regulations constantly, and depends where our transfer station is and timing of roll off and bulk, and there's a lot of issues around that.
Okay.
It very well could save money, it very well could not. So again, that would be something we should absolutely roll into that study to understand if we're going to do garbage service, are we better off just hauling it to a end point of delivery? Are we better off transferring or having a hauler transfer? Those are all the questions we need to ask.
Copy that. I got Councilman Langevin, and then you, Deputy Mayor. Councilman Langevin.
Well, just since Councilman Johnson said I wasn't in the minutes last time, I think, I don't know, Ocean Spray Street has like a lot of land at the end of it and is about middle way in the city. That might be an interesting spot for a relay.
Let the minutes reflect that.
The minutes can reflect.
Thank you, Councilman Langevin. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the out of the box thinking. I just think this would be an endeavor that would cost at least $100 million, if not more. And I wouldn't have the appetite sitting on this current council to explore even that. I know, the cocoa, the Melbourne landfill is kind of at capacity, and the cocoa landfill is nearing capacity. So there's actually a lot of roll-off companies that are shutting their doors or stopping service in Palm Bay because it costs them too much money to transport anything to the cocoa landfill. And I'm not exactly sure when the new landfill is supposed to come online on 192.
Yeah, Deseret Ranch.
Deseret Ranch, yeah. So you know, the Cocoa landfill had some more life to it. I think a transfer station in Palm Bay may have made sense, but with the new one coming up on 192, it may not make sense. But I would like to see us maybe partner with Fellsmere or North Indian River County, if you know there is an appetite for a transportation down there, where we share the cost, share the burden, and the profit as well. But you know, as we're seeing now in our current budget season, cost of living increases, pension increases, vehicle purchases. I just think this would be a huge endeavor that would eventually bankrupt the city.
Copy that. When it comes to business sense, I'm going to lean on your expertise. What are you saying, Councilman Hammer?
Being part of the city when we did have trash, I do remember it was extremely expensive, and if we bring the Public Works Director up here, he's gonna tell you the hardest thing to find right now is heavy equipment mechanics. So not only when you're dealing with the maintenance of these vehicles, they have to be hepatitis shots. They have a completely different realm of payment. It is extremely hard to keep them on the road, and it's just keeping people to work on them. I mean, we're having the same issue with, you know, even our fire trucks or dump trucks we have now. Bringing more garbage trucks into there. I remember we were so happy when we got rid of them. So I'm okay with looking into a transfer station with Indian River County. I don't want a transfer station anywhere in Palm Bay.
Okay.
I do know that.
Okay, I don't think there's an appetite
Yeah,
for
I got
that
it.
here, Councilman Johnson. So, what would be?
No, I'm good. Just know, council, I will be coming back in a few years. Electricity has gone up over like 40% in the past 5 years, so I will be bringing up a discussion in regards to electricity and Palm Bay in the next few years. So just be on the lookout for that. Last thing, Mayor, school starts August 10th.
Yeah, come on.
Just want to speak on that for every person who's going to and from work. Instead of trying to rush, wake up 30 minutes earlier, get prepared earlier so you don't have to try to rush and, you know, beat traffic. So just wake up earlier, get there earlier. We want our children to get to and from school safely. Want our parents to get to and from work safely and school safely. So let's be good stewards. Let's be good neighbors. And and the mayor has a video. Yep, sorry. The mayor has a video about it. Thank you. Yep, I saw it on LinkedIn. So, all right, so that's all. Just want everybody to be good stewards to one another, be patient with one another as new parents, especially kindergarten parents, are coming into the mix. They're going to have to learn the ins and outs in regards to traffic as well. So let's be kind to one another. That's all, Mayor.
You're right, Councilman Johnson, and some of us are going to be going to the first day of school, but thanks for bringing that up. I got to tell you, traffic is going to definitely increase, and so that is, I want to commend you for that, because our children are our most treasured and valuable asset to this community. Next is Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we spoke earlier about appointing our new EDC director to the Chamber Board. Who's our current representative for the EDC Board? Is that something that you still want to participate in, or?
I love it, but I can participate as a guest, and I believe that also should be present for our new economic development. It makes the most sense. It really
Yes.
does. You know, I held that position while we were looking for someone, and this makes the most sense. Congratulations again.
Yeah, she was there.
That concludes my reports.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Listen, thank you again, Councilman Johnson. It's back to school, and, you know, let's take care of our children. But tomorrow's a very special day, and I led off earlier today with a moment of silence for the 18 men and women that we lost during this Iran war. But tomorrow's a very special day. It's Purple Heart Day, and we are unveiling a sign at City Hall at 9 o'clock. So I welcome each and every one of you to attend. We'll have the Military Order of the Purple Heart here. Their commander will be here and some of the members. So let's go ahead and show them our support for their sacrifices. And that concludes my report. Mr. Morton. Oh, 0900 hours, 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Mr. Morton.
Appreciate that. Thank you. On a personal note, that touched me more than usual. My daughter's been in boot camp for 4 weeks in the United States Army, and I have not heard from her, and that's very hard. So it's been good, proud of her, and thankful for all our men and women who served. You know, speaking of that, it just kind of comes around. I think it's worth a moment of reflection and pause. The city experienced a lot of loss this week. We had an employee pass away in the middle of the night, very loved member of a team. We had another employee experience the loss of very close family members unexpectedly, including a child. And we had employee travel out of state to bury a very young and close friend. And so we don't know when loss will happen and when loss will hit us, but as mayor, as you and I talk to the crew out there, let it just be a reminder of the really important things to our staff, the important things in life with our families, with our friends, with maybe those we haven't reached out to in a while. And with as much loss as that, and I know our fire department suffered a lot of grief this week responding to 3 absolutely horrible calls. I'm sure PD was involved with those as well. And so I am grateful as well, Councilman Hammer, that we have wellness in the fire department and wellness in the police department. On a better note, we are currently in the middle of hiring for our chief procurement officer, our chief financial officer, our chief billing officer, so CPO, CFO, and CBO. So the joke's been made, we're also hiring for C3PO, but we're not. But the interviews are going to be in about 2 weeks. We have a pool of very good candidates, but we're going to wait, and we will make sure we hire people who advance the city and that the residents and taxpayers can be proud of, and that this team can be proud of. So I'm encouraged for that. We're continuing to move on and get those done. I will make a point of clarification tonight, just so everyone is aware. Given council's stance on boats, I am going to immediately hold in abeyance any current or future code enforcement action that has to do with boats in driveways. It makes no sense to ask our code enforcement to do any work or for the magistrate to continue, given that stance. That would be ironic and not well received. So we'll hold that in abeyance as much as I can. We're going to have those discussions tomorrow. And lastly, I think it is worth the quick comment, since we keep hearing about the pool. We have been working on it for months, and we didn't just wake up and decide to do that or not have put any effort. But I'm going to read really quickly the letter that went out, because here's yet another opportunity. We've been sending it out to all of our partners, prospective partners, volunteers, anybody that I can get a hold of or get an email address or have a phone call with, we've been doing. So let me just read this letter. It's addressed to, of course, whoever it would go to, but for many years, our community pool has served as more than just a recreational amenity. It has been a place where children learn life-saving swimming skills, athletes train and compete, seniors maintain health, and organizations like yours provide valuable programming that enriches our community. Today, we face a difficult challenge. The city is currently projecting an approximately $729,000 loss in annual operating costs to keep the aquatic facility open. Despite ongoing efforts to identify efficiencies and funding opportunities and partnerships, there remains a significant operational funding gap. As a result, the facility is currently tentatively considered to be closed for a period of 1 year, which could begin October 1st, 2026. We recognize the impact a closure would have on many organizations, teams, instructors, families who rely on the pool throughout the year. Before allowing this to happen, we are reaching out once again to every organization that utilizes the facility to explore whether a collaborative solution is possible. And then I make the request. We are inviting you, our pool partners, to consider making a financial commitment or other commitment toward the annual operating costs or operations of the facility. Our hope is that through the combined contributions from your user organizations, community partners, sponsors, and other funding sources, we can close this operational funding gap and continue providing this valuable community asset. We understand that every organization has different capabilities. We're not asking for specific dollar amounts or even money. Instead, we ask that you carefully consider whether your organization can participate in a partnership to help sustain these operations. Every contribution, everything matters, large or small, to move us closer to keeping the facility open. If your organization is willing to participate, we would appreciate hearing from you as soon as possible with, if you're interested in participating financially, an estimated contribution you can commit to, or any alternative ideas, partnership opportunities, or approaches that will help support continued operations. This will help us determine if there's a viable path forward before the anticipated potential October 1st closure. This pool's future is not solely a city issue. It's a community issue, and the organizations that call this facility home understand the value better than anyone. By working together, we are hoping to preserve this important resource for our athletes, our children, our families, and our residents who depend upon it. We thank you in advance for your partnership, your service to community, and your consideration. And so we're blasting that as well as our meetings, and we'll continue to press into that over the next few weeks.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, I believe you've got a few appointments. Christine Sullivan, appointment, and Tanya.
Thank you. All right, thank you. For the TAC, which is, I believe, is the Space Coast TPO Technical Advisory Committee, Christine Sullivan as the appointment and Tanya Holder as the alternate. You want to pause in between or go both?
Carry on.
Bicycle Pedestrian and Trails Advisory Committee, the BPTAC, Tanya Holder as the appointee, and John McCall, the Swamp Wizard, as the alternate.
Okay, and that letter you sending out to Eastern Florida State College and
Board of County
Brevard
Commissioners, Jim
Public Schools?
Liesenfeld, the college, every group I have an email address, or I'm getting an email address, or contact anyone who's contacted you and asked for the pool to remain open. I'm sharing that letter, asking them to please give any advice, suggestions, more importantly, any partnership they can bring to the table. And we will likely, as a resident suggested, we had talked about it, but I think their suggestion sort of pushed us over the consideration phase, try to hold some kind of open house or community meeting if we can to bring everyone together and see what people can generate together.
Thank you. Madam, does that conclude your report, sir? Madam Smith?
No reports, Mayor.
Okay, we're now on our public comments.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. First, I'd like to say Bravo Zulu. For those of you who aren't in the Navy, Bravo Zulu is a flag hoisting for a job well done, right? So, job well done on bringing this back. We are the only, City of Palm Bay is the only city that has this. And for me, that's an identity of the city that the citizens have a chance to represent with their government. And it's, to me, that's fantastic. It's like me always wearing a shirt that has some kind of nature on it. The city of Palm Bay has something that makes them unique over somebody else. It doesn't cost the city anything, but is good and I want to say prosperous because it'll help us see mechanisms that we can bring to you that you might benefit with the city. I think it's just fantastic ideal that we have it. So one more time, thank you guys for bringing this back. It keeps our identity what we need it to be as an individual city and not just somebody else's blueprint. That was item number one. Item number two is you just considered spending $7 million for 134 acres. Look at that new transfer station location.
Next speaker.
Butcher in.
Butcher Rand, 219 Trenton Avenue. I also want to say thank you for bringing us our little 3 minutes that we get for a total of 6 to address you guys on issues in a public forum. I'm still confused on lot clearing. I understand if it's a private lot, there's no fees or anything involved with it. But if an LLC has bought up numerous lots throughout the community and they go in to clear a lot, do they need to get a permit? Do they need to file with the city or anything? They've been in my neighborhood 3-4 times and they just destroy properties next, trees now I'm talking. They destroy trees in the lot next door that's not on the lot that they're with, but nobody's there to check it. The other thing is, with school starting, I want to encourage parents and drivers to watch out for e-bikes, e-scooters, students walking back and forth to school. They pay no attention going down the road. Today I seen kids on a golf cart just, excuse my French, hauling ass down Malabar Road on the sidewalk, never once slowed down at any of the intersections. Not once. They just shoot right through it. So I would encourage parents to speak to your children about riding their scooters to school and be observant of what's going on around them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheena Wallace.
Sheena Wallace, I live in Palm Bay. Florida Constitution, Article 1 states, Section 1 declares that all political power in Florida belongs to the people, and that listing some rights in the Constitution does not deny or diminish the rights of the people to keep for themselves. I'm highly offended with these cameras because I have searched and I do not know and I cannot find what gives you the authority to track and trace me and give it to a third party for them to do whatever they want with my personal information. When I go to the grocery store, when I decide to go to the doctor, if I decide to go to a public gun range, which I don't, but I'm just saying, that's my business. It's none of yours. Nor is it a third party's business as well. And you're handing over my personal, private information willy-nilly for anyone in the world to search that has the wherewithal to figure it out. What gives you the right and the authority to do this to me? Mr. Mayor, what gives you the right? Again, our Bill of Rights are unalienable rights. They are our gifts from God. And the primary spirit of our country is that that is the guardrail that is placed on all government so you don't step outside of it. Okay? All right. So you aren't abiding by the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, Florida Constitution, First Article, 12th Article, 14th Article. You're not paying attention to the Florida Sunshine Laws when you brought it in and signed an adhesion contract that they can update at their own will with anything they want to say. That is an adhesion contract, gentlemen. Okay? You're not doing your duty with making sure that those poles are installed correctly or in the proper place, creating road hazards. Multiple people have requested that you place covers on those cameras, turn them off, have a public discussion, and make a decision on what you're going to do going forward. I sent you each an email, and only 2 people on that email list even had the courtesy to acknowledge that they received it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Morton, for responding. Okay? I requested that you cover them out of the utmost concern for our rights and for the people of this community. I also advised you that my concern was that they were going to start being cut down and that you were going to cause a litany of lawsuits. Well, to my knowledge, the first one has been cut down. How many more young men are we going to put in the way that aren't going to come here to talk to you, gentlemen, because they know you're not going to listen to them?
Thank you, ma'am.
To do that.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's a poison fruit from a poison tree.
Ma'am, before you walk off, I have a question. Have you spoken with our chief of police regarding the cameras? Have you spoken to him about that? Regarding, you call them cameras, they're license plate readers?
I sent you an email, I asked you one question, you forwarded it to him, and he couldn't give me a direct response to a simple question. So why would I even attempt to try and talk to him? Because you're my representatives, not him.
I understand that, ma'am, but he could probably help you see details of the system.
It is the fruit of a poison tree.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's the fruit of a poison tree.
Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to make sure that you were in communications with him. Madam Attorney, there's been several comments regarding this, in particular with the Supreme Court, violations of the First through the Fourth Amendments. Can you address those, please?
Yes, Mayor. The Supreme Court has held that a person traveling in an automobile on public thoroughfares has no reasonable expectation of privacy in its movements from one place to another. No expectation of privacy exists because a person driving on public streets conveys voluntarily to anyone who wanted to look the fact that he was traveling over particular roads in a particular direction, the fact of whatever stops he made, and the fact of his final destination when he exited from public roads onto private property. And that is in a 1983 case from the Supreme Court, United States versus Knox. It has not been overturned, and there have been subsequent decisions that reinforce when you're out in public, you have no expectation of privacy.
Ma'am, you're out of order, ma'am. Thank you. Carry on. Thank you, ma'am.
Specifically excluded a dragnet. Thank you. And you know that.
Councilman, ma'am?
I'm leaving. Goodbye. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Sorry, Mayor. I'll just, we as council, we hear the emotions and we have to decipher through the emotions. Honestly, without the flock cameras, you can still be tracked. You are still tracked. The Patriot Act is what I feel is what gave a lot of access to what we're doing. I even met a few Amish family about 2 weeks ago, and they had a drug bust in their Amish community. They don't have cell phones. They don't have internet, so they're able to track them somehow, and that's without flock cameras. But to the same point, we do owe it to ourselves to listen to the community. I've been hearing a lot more people a little more outspoken than I ever have before. Initially, it was only one resident speaking out against it. And Ms. Shannon, who just spoke up, the statement I want to address was her first statement in regards to we're trying to downsize our police staff for the sake of flock cameras. And I want to speak against that publicly so that, us being silent on it doesn't condone that statement. So if anything, we're trying to boost our police force. We're trying to improve our police force and, provide tools for our men and women serving in law enforcement. But what I will say, I know Deputy Mayor Jaffe has mentioned that he's been looking at policies with the chief, and I know me and the chief and Mr. Morton have been speaking in regards to policies and procedures. I know also there have been countless amount of cities who have removed flock cameras from their cities. So I don't want to be ignorant of that as well. What I know we've had this discussion. I know I was virtual on that discussion, and I know it's a late evening, but this may be something, to let the community speak at a workshop of some sort, to get their feedback in a safe environment where it's not taken away from the regular business of the city. And we go from there. So just wanted to see council's appetite for that.
Councilman or Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Yeah, just, Mr. Morton, can you just give an update on the homework that you've been doing as far as the install methods, the locations, if there's anything to report as of yet?
There's nothing to report. We did take those questions, as we do all in concern, seriously. We have asked Public Works to go out and do field inspections. Actually, I think John McCall is going to be doing them at a future date. We just found the original permitting documents and what we believe are the FDOT approved plans and standards for the installation of those flock poles, but I don't want to say that all until we absolutely confirm that we have the right documents in our hands and that they were in fact installed to those plans. So we've been working on it diligently for a few weeks, and it's an ongoing task. We've also been interfacing with the PD on that, and so I don't have any updates. We'll hopefully have some concrete updates that I can say that are fact by the next council meeting.
Thank you. And I've had conversations with our state legislator. There will be policies drafted this coming legislative session regarding flock. Don't know what that language looks like yet. And in conversations with potential Governor Byron Donalds, he is also, if elected, would implement flock policies that are very similar to the David system. Again, I don't know exactly what that language is going to look like, but it's being discussed at all levels of government. So with that, I'll close.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Robert Stice.
Can I hear from the rest of the council before he speaks, if they have a stance on?
No, nobody weighed in.
Yeah, I just, to put it on the state, we got everything vetoed. So I don't trust the state as far as I can throw them. I just feel this is something we can address without the state. But I understand looking to see what they do. But while we have the power, I feel we should utilize it. So, all right, continue on, sir.
Robert Stice, 1796 Wilbur Drive, Southeast. With regard to cameras, I've had the ability to travel around the world. They're all over Japan. Their crime level is extremely low. I grew up in the city. I mean, Florida's a very violent state. You can find out if somebody's carjacking somebody in here and they really are a deterrent and really help the police out. Now, there's going to be like 1 or 2% of the people that can't stand it. You're taking my liberty away, okay? But what it does to save in crime, and I've seen it and dealt with it in my life, we're just bypassing this. You're violating every, no, you're not. You just heard from the attorney. Okay, is it a benefit to the society? Is it a benefit to the police to allow them to pass on information, whether it's to other police departments or whatnot, to make an arrest? Florida typically incarcerates people. This isn't New York. With that said, they're all over New York. They're all over. This is fact of life today. This is where technology is. So please, look at the good that this brings to get crime off the street and to get people in jail. Because people are coming in bitching and moaning about, you're taking my rights away, and you're really not. You're really not. As far as pools go, you're going to have to make a tough decision. We're a peninsula, okay? People drown. God forbid they drown. This past July, you had 2 out-of-staters and a lifeguard die from for the rip currents. Well, our pool at our POAs, which is now a large HOA, we can't stop irresponsible parents from giving their 11-year-old or 10-year-old the key to get into the pool. We have to get a sign out there so you don't overthink it and try to manage something that you can't control. Hell, in the streets, when I was 9 years old, I mean, we wait till the firemen to come and open up the fire hydrant and put a spigot on there so we can be in the streets. We still learn how to swim. Now, this gentleman over here said we may want to borrow or lease your pool. That's a great idea, but don't overthink it. The other thing is, thank you for the critical thinking of what you folks did with supporting the area of the golf course and what has to happen. That took some courage. I appreciate it, and I understand how hard you're working on that. Thank you so much for that. And finally, I ran a site in for waste management. I've had 5 careers. Wish it was 1, but it was 5. It is extraordinarily expensive, okay, to run. Not including that, but typically your drivers, when you get them out there, many of them have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. They're always looking for another job to get out of that line of work. Okay, so if they can make $1 more, they're out of here. And then you're always doing background checks, and you're hiring, and what's your cost in hiring. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Nick Sneed.
Nick Sneed, 1775 Collar. I just wanted to offer some feedback real quick. I know you brought up the boats on the driveways, and I know that's a pain point for a lot of citizens. When you change that, you might find out there's some on the other side. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you to be really thoughtful in how you rewrite that. And when you look at it, think of it in terms of the people who are going to abuse it, not the people who are already reasonable people. You want to frame it around the people who are going to take full advantage of that. And I know he mentioned like parking it in the yard as opposed to maybe specifying driveway, because if you don't, somebody will inevitably have a full boat junkyard in their front yard. And I don't think that's y'all's goal, but I just ask that when you put that together, you keep that in mind, that there are going to be people trying to stretch the boundaries of that. And the other thing, I know the pool comes up a lot. I haven't heard anybody bring it up. I know you're looking for partners and maybe people to help, but I believe Mr. Moran from Pineapple Cove, who has institutions across Palm Bay, was trying to put a pool right over here, and for one reason or another, that didn't pan out. But perhaps you could reach out to him, and he might be interested in some sort of partnership or something, because he was already looking for a pool. So maybe that's an idea.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ms. Van Hook.
Hello, my name is Evangelique Van Hook, and I would like to speak about an issue involving my fellow students and citizens. The St. John Heritage Parkway and Malabar intersection have a temporary streetlight, but it lacks a crosswalk signal. In the last school year, 2025 to 2026, 2 students were struck by vehicles while trying to get to school and from school. Crossing the street has become a gamble. I ask that before the city thinks about expanding the road, they think about our students crossing that road. With school starting, it is extremely risky for our walkers, bikers, and other pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morton? Crosswalk, St. John's, and Malabar?
Yeah, I think we gave
For
an
Heritage
update.
High School?
I think we have an update on that at a recent meeting. Isn't that the temporary crossing guard location? We have a temporary crossing guard coming in to evaluate, and we are working on a solution for pedestrian head crossing as directed by council. So excellent comment. Thank you, and well noted, and thank you for coming and telling us. That is fantastic to reinforce that we need to press in, but I think the crossing guard program is getting ready to go, be in place, and then we're working as quick as we can to get the pedestrian head signals up and put them in the right spot. Thank you so much.
Next speaker?
John McCall.
John McCall. John McCall.
Yes, sir.
Need your hat, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just a couple items I wanted to bring to everybody's attention. I want to acknowledge Mr. Bill Watkinson for his 41 years of dedicated service. He will be retiring. I think next Friday is going to be his last day with the city. So I just wanted to put that out there for everybody to know. Bill was a mentor to me, taught me a lot of things over the years, and one of the reasons I am where I am now. So much appreciated. And then the other thing I want to mention is I want to acknowledge our director, Mr. Kevin Brinkley. It's his 1-year anniversary with Public Works.
All right,
So,
Kevin.
big congratulations. Kevin's been doing an awesome job, and we love him and we appreciate him. So
He's been the longest standing Public Works Director
in a while,
in
right?
a long time. You made it, sir. Thank you.
Just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Any other speakers?
That concludes the cards, Mayor.
This meeting's adjourned.